Folks, good morning. Wendy, good morning. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Sunday, February 5th, 2023. We're at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport alongside the Polderbaan, or runway 36 left, which is currently the main runway in use for departures. It's quite windy once again. The wind has changed. Now it's blowing from the north. Earlier this week it was blowing from the west. Meanwhile, the 3 firefighter trucks are heading out for their patrol round or their daily exercise. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but we've seen them before. Always a threesome. They will probably go around the Polderbaan at the far end and come from left to right in 10 minutes or so, if that's the route they're taking. Well, not in this tempo, of course, but in the meantime, a Boeing 737 taxied in front of us and is going to take off with a rolling start by the looks of it. You can see the windmills in the background. There's really a lot of wind. My eyes are tearing as I'm facing headwind. Wind is coming from the north, so it's logical that Polderbaan is being used for departures into the north. But even with the camera and my hand in front of my face, my eyes are still tearing. I have to make sure that I don't dehydrate by losing all sorts of tear fluid. Right, so I have visibility once again. Kuni, good morning. So at the moment it's a bit quiet, but later this morning traffic is expected to pick up again, as is always the case. A lot of westbound airplanes to the United States and Canada depart between 10 and 12 local time. First up, and will be appearing in a few minutes, is an Embraer 175 from KLM going to Luxembourg. That's flight 1739. Short flight. The plane 6 years old. Let me have a look. I can also see that a 747-800 from Cargolux is alive on the platform, at least on flight radar. Also going to Luxembourg, coincidentally. Now all planes that are taking off will be taking off from the Polderbaan in front of us. Here's the Embraer from KLM going to Luxembourg, zigzagging towards the runway. There's a bit of backlight from the sun. I could turn on anti-backlight correction. I've turned it on right now, as you guys can see. Maybe for now it's better this way. Although when you look towards the end of the runway with backlight correction on, you can see it is very bright and a bit overexposed actually. Maybe I will switch it off again because the planes are still dark. It doesn't do that much, but it does overexpose the image on the far side of the runway. The Embraer also taxiing right to the entrance to the runway in front of us. Most likely going to make a rolling start as well. As you can see, the sun is out. We had some rain earlier this morning and overnight, but that's all going away now. In fact, the expectations are that it's going to open up further today and for the next week. Almost throughout the entire week, blue skies and clear weather is predicted. So, looking forward to that. Good morning, everybody who just tuned in. Welcome to AMS Live on this Sunday morning. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan and I can hear the 3 fire trucks coming. Look at that. They even have their sirens on for the occasion. Meanwhile, another 2 planes, another 3 planes are coming. Let me have a look at flight radar. Those are 2 Boeing 737s and 1 Airbus A320. In the foreground, the first one approaching is a 737-800 from KLM going to Bucharest. And that's a plane that's 3 years old. Was delivered in December 2019. Plane number 2 is an A320 from Aer Lingus going to Dublin. That's a 17-year-old plane. And the third plane is KLM flight 1413 going to Lyon, and that's a 737-800 that is 22 years old and was delivered in July 2000. So the Other planes are heading to the threshold, and the 737 in the foreground will be departing in front of us. A rolling start probably, as the other previous two planes. For those of you joining us just now, the wind has changed. Earlier this week it was a western wind, now wind is blowing from the north. So runway 27 is no longer in use. The north-south oriented runways, the two that are open, are now in use. The westmost, the Polderbaan, where we are standing at, will be used for the departures today. The rightmost, eastmost is used for landings at the moment. And if it gets busy with the landings, they also land on runway 06, the Cargolux. They might even change that to the primary landing runway later, as it's a preferential runway together with the Polderbaan. You could see some spray from the exhaust gas when the plane was taking off. There was some rain this morning and overnight, but as you can see, the sun is out. There's no precipitation forecasted for today. As the next 737 already is taking off. Things are picking up. The next plane is already lined up at the threshold. Let's turn around so that we're in time for the departure. It's a Transavia 737. Going to Innsbruck, Austria. Bolgegossen. There she goes. More planes underway. You can hear it. And now you can see it as well. Another Embraer making its way over here. And there is a silhouette we all recognize. Look at that. That must be the Cargolux B748 I saw on flight radar earlier. Short flight to Luxembourg. Not sure. If it's fully loaded or not. But I'm expecting a relatively short takeoff for the 747. Now obviously we can follow the Embraer a bit further, but this is much more interesting to look at. You can see those GEnx engines that are also mounted on the Dreamliner, and when the angle is right you can almost see through them. Small core, high bypass as they call that. You can see it's a bit longer than the 747-400. Lovely contrast with the backlight. Quiet. Okay, granted, the wind is blowing away from me, so it's more difficult for the airplane sound to reach me, but still, you can hardly hear it standing here. So yeah, we'll see how long the takeoff roll will be. In the meantime, more planes are underway. There's a little Embraer. And another Embraer. And also some movement in the back. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more to come. But first, the first queen of the day, Cargolux to Luxembourg. Let's go! Oh, that's a short roll, yeah. Rotating quickly. Probably also not loaded to the brim. Now, I'm thinking that this departure will be with a 180 turn to the right. Since the weather is clear, let's see if we can follow it for a bit. And as I was saying that, it semi-disappears into the clouds. But that's just a few thin clouds in the foreground. and it's becoming more difficult to follow it after that. Not so much because it is in the clouds, but because there are clouds between the airplane and us. Yeah, no, that's not going to work for now. Maybe later, if another plane shows up, another 747 with a similar departure. Alright, so meanwhile, a line is forming. We have this Embraer at the threshold. We have another Embraer with a 737. You can see in the distance that landings are taking place now at the Kaagbaan, runway 06. An EasyJet, Airbus, and this looks like a Dreamliner. If I look closely behind it, an Airbus by the looks of it, and this looks like another 737. Benjamin, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Everybody else, welcome too. You're looking at the threshold of the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, where takeoffs are taking place. This is KLM flight 1055 to Bristol, and that's an 11-year-old plane. The Dreamliner that is coming is in the special livery of KLM 100 years. Also nice to see. Meanwhile, the wind is quite fierce, as you guys can probably tell. My eyes are again watery. Let me clear my vision. Currently at the threshold is KLM flight 1601 going to Rome. That's an 18-year-old Boeing, now on the move. No time to waste. Let's quickly turn around the camera back to the threshold where the EasyJet Neo is already waiting. This is a flight to Geneva. It's an Airbus A320neo, 3 years old. now we have the first big bird of the morning. The Dreamliner in the 100 years KLM livery is KLM flight 623 going to Atlanta. This is a 3-year-old Boeing 787-10. Guido, good morning to you too. Welcome to the stream. Welcome everybody else. You're watching the Polderbaan, the main runway for departures on this windy Sunday morning. You can see the spray. That's from last night's rain and overnight. Early in this morning we also had some rain still. But that should be the last of it for the upcoming week. Dry and sunny weather has been predicted for the rest of the week. It's going to get a bit colder. But sunny. So at the threshold at the moment is Air France flight 1241 going to Charles de Gaulle in Paris, and that's a 12-year-old plane. The line is still there. 737 and an Embraer from KLM waiting, and another Dreamliner, I think, yeah, another Dreamliner is coming, and another 737 as well. Now I'm thinking, oh no, as the 737 I mentioned was coming this way, I thought maybe it was going to take off before all the other planes, but it'll have to wait. Now let's see. We have 737 waiting over here, but we also have a 737 at the threshold. Yeah, that one is going first. No, I think the next company 737 is going to take off as it's going onto the runway. Spooling up already for a rolling start, I think. So, the next Embraer at the threshold. After that, Dreamliner, Embraer 737, let's quickly turn around the camera. The Dreamliner is already at the threshold. Let's have a look. It is going to Bogota, Colombia, and it's a 4-year-old plane. Eddie, goedemorgen. Politiespotter NL, goedemorgen. So once again, it's very windy. This time around, wind is blowing from the north, which means that at the moment all the departures are taking place from this runway. Pulled around. Mostly headwind. The Embraer we see at the threshold is going to Edinburgh and is 1 year old. There are two planes waiting behind it, going to Vienna and Madrid. Both of them Boeing 737-800s. Boeing 737 to Vienna is already taking off. No need to wait. More planes are on their way. Movement in the distance. Air France Hop and Embraer also making its way over to the runway threshold. Of course, coming up next, this little Embraer from Air France Hop, going to Marseille. It's a 13-year-old plane, was delivered in 2009, and after it is going to be KLM flight 1127 to Copenhagen. And that is a 14-year-old plane. So the next plane is at the threshold. It's this Boeing 737. And on the move, as in the background, also another 737 from Transavia is making its way to the runway threshold. folks. If you're just tuned in, good morning. Welcome to AMS Live on this Sunday morning, February 5th, 2023. We are standing alongside the Polderbaan. Momentarily the only runway in use for departures. Wind is blowing from the north. These planes are taking off into the north. It's quite windy, as you have probably already heard and could tell. You can see the sun tries to come out between the clouds now and again. It is predicted to become even sunnier as the day progresses. The upcoming week we'll see a lot of sun and blue skies. When the planes take off, you can see there's moisture on the runways. We have had some rain overnight, but that's the last of it. Here we see an Air Baltic Airbus A220 going to Tallinn. This plane is 1 year old, was delivered in 2021. Lovely little airplane. So our next two planes are visible. It's a 737 from KLM. In the foreground. And that's a 737-800, 22 years old, going to Barcelona. And behind it is another 737 from KLM going to Warsaw. And that plane is 13 years old. So the plane you see now, 22 years old already. But you wouldn't tell by the way it shines. Sure took its time to rotate and take off. Meanwhile, the next 737 is also coming this way, ready to take off in front of us. meantime, the next plane is taxiing towards the runway threshold. Another Air Baltic A220. This Air Baltic Airbus A220 is going to go to Riga in Latvia. This is another plane, also 1 year old, was delivered in July 2021. Now let me have a look at flight radar. I can see that there's another big bird coming after this A220 from China Southern Cargo going to Guangzhou. That's a triple, 13 years old. More is underway. Meanwhile, the cargo triple is making its way over here. It's being followed by another plane, an Embraer 190 from KLM going to Düsseldorf. No, wait, that's still far away. It's an Embraer 195 going to Aarhus. That's a 1 year old plane. Number 3 will be the Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf. You can also see that there's an A350 coming alive on the platform. So that is also expected to come over here shortly. If you guys are liking what you're seeing, make sure to give the stream a thumbs up. Also, if you want to help me reach more people like you for delivering content like this, consider subscribing to the channel. Not only will that help others find this content, it also allows you to put on notifications to get updates whenever I go live. So it looks like the triple has been overtaken by the Embraer and will be taking off as number 1, so that it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the triple to dissipate. You can see just how large and how large those engines are and how small the cores of these engines are through the high bypass. Now A second Embraer made its way over, also skipping the line before the triple, so that they don't have to wait if they go behind it, after it. Meanwhile, the triple is already lined up. Ready to go to China. Georgios, Aiden, Bono, good morning all. Welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live. We're standing alongside the Polderbaan for departures this morning. So, meanwhile at the threshold, the next plane is lining up. This would be a Vueling to Valencia, A320neo, 3 years old, delivered in 2019. Hardly any time to switch between flight radar and the camera. Non-stop action. Coming up, we have a little Embraer. Going to Frankfurt. This plane is 5 years old. Aiden asking if I'm filming at the Spotterplek Polderbaan. I am not actually. The Spotterplek, the official Spotterplek, is a few hundred meters over to my left towards the end of the runway. Where I am standing at is more towards the beginning of the runway, where you can also see planes coming from the main platform area, as you can see now in the distance. There's a Vueling A320 coming this way to Barcelona. That's 5 years old. Is that still correct? Yeah, and then we will see, after that we will see a few bigger birds coming in. Hey, guten Morgen, Pepi. Toll, dass du auch wieder da bist. Willkommen zurück. As I was saying, there's an A350 from Singapore Airlines going to Singapore. That is coming as number 2 this way. I can see some more heavies on the platform. There's an A330-200 from KLM coming after the Singapore Airlines A350 going to Kigali in Africa. That's a 16-year-old plane. First up, Vueling in the foreground to Barcelona. That's a 5-year-old plane once again. You can see the A350 coming towards us. That's number 2. Now we'll have to see if the Vueling is going to go to the threshold or if it's going to come directly to us, make a rolling start. By the looks of it, it's going to the threshold, so it's still got some more taxiing to do. A few smaller planes following the 2 big birds that I mentioned just now, after the A350 and the Airbus A330. Will be in a few smaller planes. By the looks of it, first an A320 from Air France to Paris. We can also see an Embraer from KLM to Nuremberg. Meanwhile, K2 is passing by in the foreground shortly from the right, on patrol. Schiphol scarecrows, making sure everything stays safe for both the birds of flesh and the birds of metal and the younger birds composite. So let's turn around the camera to the threshold where the Vueling Airbus is ready to take off. For those of you who just tuned in, welcome to the stream. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing alongside the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, where takeoffs in northern direction are currently taking place. It's the only runway in use for departures momentarily. Or is it? Or is it? No, no, no. It is probably the main runway in use for departures, but it seems that the Cargolux is now also in use. That's a pity. That means that not all traffic is coming this way, but current wind is blowing from the north, so I'm thinking most traffic will still come this way. Such as this magnificent A350 from Singapore Airlines on its way to Singapore. That's what, 11 hours or so? Still a long way for this bird, whose journey has only just begun. So the A330-200 to Kigali is already lining up and waiting to get clearance to go. This is a 16-year-old plane, by the way, people. Now just look at the landing gear. Incredibly slow. Still retracting. Now it's closing. Let's turn around the camera back towards the threshold. Let's see what's cooking. It is an Airbus from Air France. Too short ago. This A320 is 12 years old, and the Embraer that's going to take off is number 2 to Nuremberg. It's a bit younger. That's only 1 year old. Paris Charles de Gaulle. Only 400 or so kilometers away. So that's what? 250 miles? So it's a very short flight. Not as short as the flights to London or Luxembourg. but definitely one of the more close by destinations that planes are flying to from Schiphol. Now here, once again, one of those newer Embraers, you can see how relatively big these engines are. There's an older type taxiing behind it to the runway threshold. That's KLM flight 1641 and will be going to Florence, and that is a 9-year-old plane. The plane now taking off is newer, just 1 year old if I recall correctly. Also listen to the difference between this bird and the next one. You can hear the difference as well. YouTube fan, good morning. Amsterdam Aviation YouTube, good morning. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing alongside the Polderbaan. Wind is blowing from the north, the sun is coming out. It's quite a strong wind. Hence, departures are taking off in northern direction, mostly from the Polderbaan. Meanwhile, the next plane is gradually coming towards the runway. It is another Airbus A320 or 21 Neo from Vueling. Let me have a look at flight radar in the meantime. It is a 320 Neo and it's going to fly to Rome. This plane is 4 years old, was delivered in January 2019. Now I can see several bigger birds on the platform alive. There's a 777-200 from United to Houston, taxiing. I can see a few other triples. Another A350 from Delta Airlines, also visible. Now I can also see that there's a triple lining up at runway 24. which surprises me somewhat, given that wind is really blowing from the north. Case in point, the wind sack over at the fire department, you can definitely see where the wind is coming from. You can also see it in the water. Those waves are coming this way and not the other way around. So I've said it before, with Schiphol you never know. Runway 24 is taking off that way more or less. So you not only have crosswind, but you also have tailwind going that way. So yeah, let's see for how long this configuration will stay active, because it doesn't make any sense to do that at the moment, given the prevailing winds. As a matter of fact, the main landing runway still is 36 right, sorry. So you have two adjacent runways, and one is inbound, the other is outbound. Boggles the mind. Sri Lankan boy, good morning. Welcome to the stream. So there's a lot of movement. There's an Air Baltic A220 to Vilnius coming this way, which is 3 years old. Looks like there's also a 777-300 from KLM outbound to Zanzibar coming this way. As I said, there are a few more heavies visible on flight radar at the platform. We'll have to see where they're all going to depart from, as at the moment there's a second runway open for departures, which to me doesn't make any sense. So the Air Baltic A220 is now coming this way. You can see it. João Fernandes, good morning from Brazil, no less. I think the triple is also visible to the left, and the Air Baltic A220 is coming this way, or BSC3 as it's shown on flight radar, because before Airbus took it over, this used to be a Bombardier airplane, Bombardier C series 300, hence BCS I should say, BCS 3. So will it be taking off in front of us, or will it take off from the threshold over to the right? We'll see. There's the 777 also coming this way to Zanzibar. Triple that you now see in the distance is 6 years old, was delivered in May 2016. The Air Baltic A220 seems to be taxiing towards the threshold on the right. So there's still a lot of wind. My shotgun microphone seems to have difficulties with windy conditions, as you guys probably hear. It's crackling, and I've tried to figure out where it's coming from. You would think it's a loose wire or connection or something like that. I tried it at home, rattled all the cables, nothing, I couldn't replicate it. Tried the hair blower on the microphone, on all the wires, see if I can replicate the sound, the crackling, and I cannot. So hopefully I can come up with either a solution or maybe a new mic has to be bought, because this crackling is not what I want to stream to you. So the triple slowly making its way over here. Meanwhile, the 220 is waiting before the threshold. It's not yet lined up. Maybe that's because the Schiphol Scarecrow that's in the distance, is the bridge blocking it? Let me see. There it is. Maybe it was doing some work. Now the A220 is lining up. Meanwhile, the triple is also taxiing towards the threshold. First up, the A220. You can see that the pilots have to correct for the crosswind and the gusts shortly after they've left the ground. Despite the sun coming out, it is quite windy. Not sure if the wind is going to subside later during the week. What they did forecast was more sun and blue skies throughout the week, with a bit colder temperatures. So there's more traffic underway to the runway. Which we will have a look at shortly. After this magnificent beast has taken off. So, a couple of planes now taxiing towards the threshold. And the first one has a nice livery, Edelweiss. Haven't had the chance yet to look at flight radar, so let me zoom out. Give me some time to look at the details. So this is a Edelweiss Air to Zurich. It is a 17-year-old A320-200. Then we will see behind it KLM flight 1303 to Toulouse, France, which is a 5-year-old Embraer 190. And coming this way as number 3 is another 777 300 ER to Johannesburg. That's 6 years old. Now quickly back to the camera. Because the Edelweiss Air is taking off. Edelweiss Air. Honestly, I didn't even know of that. But a very nice livery, I have to say. So, meanwhile, the next plane is at the threshold already. And already spooling up. No time to waste. For this little Embraer KLM. You can see the triple behind it. Now there's a 737 that is making its way over here. That's going to take off before the triple. Cut the line, prevent it from having to wait for the wake turbulence to dissipate. Didn't have a chance to see where this plane is going to, nor how old it is. There. Tearing up again as the wind directly blows into my face, under my glasses. I think I lost the plane. Let's quickly turn around the camera and dry my eyes again so I can see properly. Okay, I think I have visibility back. big cloud of mist. From the thrust of those magnificent GE90 engines. Second to none with their wonderful sound. I'm sure you'll agree. Meanwhile, at the runway threshold, a small plane, all Phil, good morning to you guys, all other people who just tuned in. Welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're looking at SAS flight 556 going to Stockholm. It's a 6-year-old CRJ, soon to take off. Has to wait for wing turbulence to dissipate after such a big bird has taken off before it. Meanwhile, to my left, I can also see another big bird, a Dreamliner from TUI, also taxiing towards the threshold. After this SAS, we'll first see an Embraer, which you will see on the left in the background. One of the last planes to visit Schiphol, if not the last plane, or I should say type. It's not a private jet that has the engines mounted directly to the fuselage instead of under the wings. KLM Cityhopper used to fly the Fokker 70 and Fokker 100. Of course, they have now all been replaced for a while with the Embraers that you're about to see. The 170s, the 175s, 190s, and more recently the 195 with the bigger engines, the E2s. Similarly, last week Friday, we were also standing here. Not last Friday, but the Friday before. And we saw the Dash 8 from Flybe take off. And only a day later, it was announced that all planes from Flybe would be grounded because they went bankrupt. So, in hindsight, we probably saw one of the last Flybe Dash 8s take off on that Friday. Now, this TUI flight is just a relocation flight by the looks of it, because it's going to Brussels, which of course is around the corner, metaphorically speaking. I'm thinking it doesn't have any passengers on board, and probably because it's going to Brussels, hardly any fuel. It sounds like a derated takeoff as well. Those engines are not exactly spooling up maximally and still rotating and leaving the ground very quickly. So this is probably an empty airplane except for the pilots and a little bit of kerosene. Brussels, of course, the capital of Belgium, our southern neighbors. So this is like 200-300 kilometers away, 150 miles or so. Not exactly sure of the exact numbers, but it's around the corner. Those planes going to Brussels, they don't climb very high either, because as soon as they have taken off, they almost need to prepare for landing already. In the meantime, this A330 from Delta is lining up. It's going to Atlanta. It's flight Delta Airlines flight 73. This is a 16-year-old plane. Now taking off. Now, aesthetically, I'm not a big fan of the A330. I think it's a bit... well, yeah, it's hard to put it in words, but I don't think it's the prettiest plane out there, but the engine roar is absolutely one of the best. Of course, the Neos have different engines. They all sound very different from these older generation airplanes. So the next plane is lined up. We'll have to wait for a few seconds before it's going to be cleared, which allows me time to look up some details. This is Bulgaria Air to Sofia. It's a 6-year-old plane, and following it is an airplane from LOT, an Embraer 190 going to Warsaw. That's a 4-year-old plane. And I mentioned the A330neo just now, and that's exactly what's coming as number 3 from Delta. I was going to show it, but since this plane is rolling, I'll show it after panning back, or while I'm panning back after the departure of this plane. Gear up. There you go. On its way to Sofia. The Embraer from LOT is already at the threshold. Here are some big birds. First up, the Neo, the A330 Neo, and in the background we see what looks to be a Dreamliner and a triple. And to the far right there is another CRJ probably. Let me confirm that on flight radar, and yes, I can confirm that. Now the A330neo is Delta Flight 143 going to Seattle. That's a 2-year-old plane. And the rest I will tell you in a minute. Wonderful to see them all taxi towards the runway. And in the meantime, the Embraer from LOT is on the go. let's quickly turn around the camera. A lot of things to see. CRJ, Triple, there's another Dreamliner by the looks of it making its way over here. Here we have another Dreamliner. And on the threshold lining up is the A330 Neo. So the A330 Neo, as I said, Delta Airlines Flight 143 going to Seattle, is 2 years old, was delivered in March 2020. Right, so let's quickly turn around the camera. It's Heavy's time and they're going back to back at the moment. Currently at the threshold is a Dreamliner from United, Flight 908 to Chicago O'Hare. This plane is 10 years old. Meanwhile, K2 passing in the foreground. Quickly back to the threshold where the 777 from KLM is waiting for clearance. This is KLM flight 597 going to Cape Town, South Africa. This plane is 12 years old, ladies and gentlemen. So next up, after the heavy, a little lightweight plane, another CRJ 900, this one from Lufthansa City Line, going to Frankfurt. This plane is 13 years old. I have to say, I don't see any planes taking off from runway 24 anymore. Seems that this is the only runway in use again for takeoffs, which, given the current wind, I think would be the most logical thing to do, but you never know with Schiphol. Now, the way the planes are taking off, there is a little bit of crosswind. Just a little bit, mostly headwind that they're facing. Now, this Dreamliner Air Europa will be going to Madrid. And is 8 years old. Also seems to be taking it slow. Didn't really sound like those engines were spooling up maximally. So let's have a look at what's next. There's a little A319 EasyJet going to Venice. That's an 11-year-old plane, and behind it is British Airways, another A319 going to London Gatwick. That's a 16-year-old plane. There's another A330 coming this way. There it is. Delta Airlines. An Embraer from KLM behind it. And in the distance, not sure what that is. Looks like a 737. This plane to London Gatwick, British Airways, going to take off first. Another little A319. The Embraer taking the shortcut and taking off in front of us. Before the A330 that is now lining up at the threshold behind it. Let me quickly turn around the camera because the A330 is lined up and will probably take off. It's spooling up, as you can hear. So let's have a look at the threshold. There's a 737. In the queue, another 737. And making its way over here is an Embraer. No, sorry, that's an A320. Then you guys now see is to Fuerteventura, the Canary Islands. It's a MAX 8, 4 years old. And there is another TUI 737 MAX going to Tenerife, 1 year old. So 2 MAXes from TUI in a row. Meanwhile, I can hear noise of a plane coming by to my right. And if I look closely, it's a little EasyJet skipping the line, taking off right in front of us. Now, didn't have the time to check the specifics from this plane. Let's turn around. I can see movement in the distance from the main platform area. More planes underway. First up, the second 7378 MAX. I see a great many more viewers tuned in. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. You're watching Polar Bound Departures. In case you hadn't noticed, there's quite a lot of wind blowing from the north, hence these planes are taking off in northern direction. Currently the only runway in use. Earlier this morning we did have dual runways in use. For some reason, of all runways, they opened the Kaagbaan runway 24 for a moment as a secondary runway for departures, which not only gives a lot of crosswind but also tailwind. Don't quite understand why they did that. It was only temporary. Now I think this is the only runway in use. So the first plane that is coming over here would be a Boeing 767 from United. We don't see those very often anymore. Most of them have been replaced by either A330neos or Dreamliners. I think neos mostly In the background we see an A330-300 from Delta going to Boston. 767 to New York is 30 years old. July 1992 is when this was delivered. And the A330 is number 2 to Boston, is 15 years old. More on the move, there's an A320neo coming this way from EasyJet. There's a 777-200 also on the move, coming this way by the looks of it. So don't go anywhere, people. If you like content like this, give the stream a thumbs up. If you want to stay updated of upcoming streams, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. It also helps me to reach more people like you with who like content like this. Really, subscribing is what helps the most for me at the moment. Help me with reaching 1,000 subscribers so that the ads that Google already runs before this stream, some of the proceedings also will be going to me, which I can then use to upgrade my microphone so that it's not that crackling when it's windy, because I'm so sorry about the crackling noise that my my microphone is making. If there are any audio savvy viewers who have any idea what is causing this, please let me know. I was thinking it was a loose wire or connection or something like that that was being triggered by the wind, but at home I've tried many times to replicate the sound, the crackling noise, and I'm unable to do so. I've tried with moving back and forth all the wires one at a time to see if I can recreate the sound. I tried with a hair blower at my camera, at my microphone, at all the wires to see if I can find the source of it, but no luck yet. It is a Rode Video Mic Go 2, and I have the furry dead cat on, of course, but I feel like I need to upgrade to something better if I cannot find what's causing this, because every time it's a bit windy you can hear this crackling sound. And so, currently at the threshold is Delta 259. It's an Airbus A330-300 to Boston. It's a 15-year-old plane. It's pulling up, as you guys can hear. You can see the windmills in the distance generating electricity. It's a good day for wind energy. For a moment I hoped we were getting more sun, but it's still cloudy, not entirely overcast. It is expected to open up more during the day later as the day progresses. In fact, for the upcoming week, almost all days we're expecting blue skies and a bit colder weather, but blue skies. So I'm hoping to also maybe do another stream tomorrow morning. Not entirely sure just yet, but if the weather is going to be good, depending on the runway usage. So here's the Neo. It's like a little 777 when you hear it. But speaking of 777s, let me turn around the camera to the threshold. There it is. Why make do with a fake when you can also look at a real 777? This is a 777-200ER going to Bangalore and spooling up as we speak. You can still see some spray being blown up as the planes rotate. Runways are still moist, damp I should say. We had rain overnight and still in the eastern part of the country this morning, but no new precipitation has fallen ever since, and neither is it forecasted in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, at the threshold, waiting to get clearance, is Croatia Airlines flight 451 to Zagreb. This is a 22-year-old plane delivered in April 2000. Has to wait for some of the wake turbulence to dissipate. Wolfgang, guten Morgen, Mönchengladbach, Ina from Limburg, Weilburg, Hesse, Germany. Viele deutsche Freunde, deutsch sprechende Freunde wieder mal. Willkommen zu allen. Schön, dass ihr wieder dabei seid. Ihr seid. I was saying it wrong. Sie sind, ihr seid. So there are 2 Airbuses taxiing towards the threshold. If the camera regains focus, I can show you. First one, Air Astana, a little bit bigger, and behind it, Lufthansa, a bit smaller. This Air Astana is a Neo going to Italia, if I pronounced that correctly, which probably I didn't. This plane, an A321 Neo, 3 years old, and the Lufthansa is going to Munich, and that's a 13-year-old plane from 2009. Not a lot of action from the Schiphol Scarecrows today. We did see them pass by a few times. To be honest, I haven't heard any fireworks set off by them. In the beginning of the stream, we did see a display of the 3 fire trucks that were patrolling again. I think they even waved, but I couldn't see as I was filming them and was looking at the little screen on my camera, which is only 3 inches or so. But it was in the beginning, I think the first half hour or so. For those of you who don't know, at the other side of the runway here is the fire station. There are several fire stations at Schiphol. The platform area is of course very big, and Polderbaan is very remote. You can see it's grass everywhere. This runway is the latest addition to Schiphol. Originally there were 4 runways and this was the 5th runway, at least the full-size runway, not counting the Oostbaan. Schiphol East has a smaller runway, runway 22. But this was the latest addition. The 5th runway was built between Amsterdam and Haarlem, in the middle of farmland. You can clearly see it's green everywhere if you look around, and we're so far removed. It's like a 15-minute taxi or so from the main platform area. That's why the Polderbaan has its own dedicated control tower. And the main platform area of Schiphol you can see in the distance, and you can also see the original control tower over there. So we're waiting for the next planes to arrive. I can see a Finnair airplane on the move. Probably a Neo A320. What's over there? That looks like, that's Turkish by the looks of it, if I look at the tail. Hard for me to tell on my little screen. I I think it's Turkish. So those are coming this way by the looks of it. Gives me some time to look at flight radar. So it's, as Marissa was saying, it's a Tarom A318. And first up is Finnair to Helsinki. It's a 5-year-old A321. Closely behind it is the Tarom A318 to Bucharest. That's a 15-year-old plane. I was also having a look to see what's coming after that. There is a TUI flight, a Dreamliner, active, Punta Cana. That might be coming this way shortly. I can also see that there's a triple cargo from Air China Cargo to Shanghai on the move. It's not unlikely that it's going to come this way. And I can also see an A350 from Delta. Delta Flight 136. It's alive at flight radar, not yet on the move, so we will have to wait for it if it's coming this way. It's not going to be showing very quickly. Finnair A321 is going to come into the picture again. Tarom A318 on the right. Now if it hurries up a little bit, you can see the difference between the A318, which is I think the smallest of the A320 range, compared with the A321, which is the biggest sibling of the family. You can see the length, the difference in fuselage length, although it would be visible better if they were a bit closer by. So this is the Finnair A321 going to Helsinki, Finland's capital. Actually, lengthwise, those A321s do appear to come close to the 757, don't they? Is there anybody who's watching this who knows what the difference is in length between the A321 and 757? Of course, both being narrow bodies. I'm thinking the A321 is probably not that different in terms of maximum numbers of passengers that they can carry. Now if you look at this plane, and you see it from the side in a moment, you will see how much shorter the fuselage is. Meanwhile, the next plane is coming this way from the main platform area. In the distance, you can see it taxiing towards us. This is another one of the smaller Airbuses. This is an A319, so it's a bit bigger than the Taron flight we saw depart just now. Only just. It's going to go to London Heathrow, and what you see now is also a flight to London Heathrow. This is a KLM Embraer 190. So 2 consecutive flights going to London Heathrow. Further in the distance we can see a TUI Dreamliner on the move. That's also coming this way. That's the 787-800 to Punta Cana. Now let me have a look and see where Punta Cana is. That is Puerto Rico. No? Dominican Republic. I have to zoom in on flight radar to see where that destination is situated. Meanwhile, the sun is coming out behind the clouds. And we can see the Dreamliner in the distance. Now the Embraer is going to go first, as it is coming this way, and over to the right I can see the other flight to London lining up at the runway. So let's just see what happens. Yeah, it's holding short. So this one is probably taking off first. Yeah, it's on the move. One flight to London coming up. not much. Meanwhile, the Embraer is pulling up to line up. Also going to London Heathrow. Dreamliner from TUI on the right, making its way to the threshold. Everybody wave to the pilots. They seem to be doing on the lights. So somebody reached for the ceiling, which is where the light switches are. So clearance was given. And that is the second flight back to back to London Heathrow. So let's turn around the camera, go back to the threshold where the TUI Dreamliner is lined up, waiting for clearance. A few more planes are on the move. I can see an ITA flight to Milan and an Air France hop to Rennes, an Embraer making their way over here. There's also the China cargo plane gradually making its way over here. So don't go anywhere, people. This is still the place to be for the live action at the Polderbow. Meanwhile, little ITA plane is taxiing towards the threshold. The Air France hop Embraer to Rennes also coming this way. More planes in the background. There's the triple cargo plane to Shanghai. So this A319 from ITA Airways going to Milan is 10 years old, was delivered in January 2013. The Air France hop to Rennes, the Embraer 170 We'll look at that in a minute. So at the threshold now, the Embraer from Air France Hop, flight 1031. It's a 14-year-old plane, was delivered in August 2008. Then next up is an Embraer 190 from KLM going to Cork, which is 13 years old. Then we will see the Air China Cargo 777 to Shanghai, which is a 7-year-old plane. It's taxiing towards us right now. Sorry?
Are you streaming live?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. That's good.
So if I turn around the camera towards the main platform area, here's the 777 from China. China Airlines Cargo. There's an A330 in the distance coming this way. Behind the stop sign I can also see a plane moving this way. Meanwhile, the Embraer is taking off in the foreground. Let's turn around the camera to that. Pick it up. It's coming along. So let me turn around the camera, have a look at the 777 as it's making its way to the threshold. With the A330 in the background. Let's see what's coming up. So the A330 that you see from KLM is going to Sint Maarten, which you all have heard of probably, because of all the low planes over the beach and all the sanding that departing planes do to the people at the beach voluntarily. That's a 16-year-old plane. Behind it, another airplane to Milan from KLM, a city hopper, an Embraer 190, then another Embraer 175 to Genoa, so two Italy bound planes. Then There is an Air Canada Dreamliner to Toronto also making its way over here. Quickly turn around the camera. So this is the A330 to Sint Maarten and lining up the 777 to Shanghai. McGlinchey, good morning from Scotland. Well, good morning to you too. Still morning over there. We have just gone into the afternoon. Folks, if you guys are enjoying this stream, give it a thumbs up. Help me reach more people like you who like content like this. Also, subscribe to the channel if you want to stay updated of upcoming streams. Make sure you also switch on notifications. Subscribing too helps me reach more people like you with content like this. Not a lot of spray anymore when the planes rotate. We have had some precipitation overnight. Now just wind. And what they expected for today, that the clouds would open up more and more as the day progresses. It now seems to happen somewhat. If I zoom out a little bit before turning around to the threshold, you can see it is opening up somewhat. This is where the wind is coming from. This is the north. I'm now turning to the south towards the threshold. Other people also came to look at planes. So this plane is going to Sint Maarten, the island with the awesome airfield. There's a little Embraer lining up at the threshold, but in the meantime, there's another Dreamliner coming this way. That would be the Air Canada, if I'm not mistaken. Luchtvaartnl, good day to you too. Welcome to the stream, welcome all others. You're watching Polderpan departures, runway 36 left. The wind is blowing from the north. It's not a full-blown storm, but it's definitely windy. As the Air Canada Dreamliner makes its way to the threshold, the queue in front of it, an Embraer, and here another Embraer. Now rolling and taking off. Short takeoff, airborne quickly. see they have to correct a little bit, despite the wind being mostly headwind. So let's turn around the camera. The next Embraer is already lined up, waiting for clearance. And I can see, if I quickly glance at flight radar, that a few big birds are also coming this way. So not only the Dreamliner from Air Canada, more is underway. Don't see them just yet. Can mostly see narrow bodies by the looks of it, coming this way. Another Embraer 737, but there is movement in the middle of the screen. That would be a heavy making its way over here. Right, I can hear the Embraers pull up. Wind is definitely not slowing down. You can see it in the water. Quite wavy. So this is the Air Canada flight, if I recall correctly, to Toronto. So this airplane going to Canada will make a left-hand turn shortly to head out to the North Sea. We'll typically fly over the Amsterdam Canal. No, what's it called? North Sea Canal. Going from Velzen to Amsterdam. Lightly populated, so because of all the noise abatement rules, that's the most opportune moment to head out to the west, to the North Sea, then head out to United Kingdom, and depending on where the jet streams are blowing and are situated, they typically go over the North Atlantic tracks, although they can sometimes go even more northerly. There you see it turn towards the North Sea. As the Embraer was taking off right in front of us. Meanwhile, another Dreamliner is making its way over here. It's a big one. And in the distance, a little ancient plane from DHL, an A300. You don't see them as much anymore, A300s. Not sure if they are operated by anybody else than DHL at the moment. So many more planes on the move. If I look at flight radar, I didn't have the time to look to all the details. Turn around the camera. Here's the Dreamliner. It's going to go to Panama City. It's a 3-year-old Dreamliner. It was delivered in October 2019, and it's a Boeing 787-10. The biggest of the bunch. So the DHL A300 meanwhile has lined up at the threshold. Let me quickly turn around the camera. It's not going to take off right away, but it will not have to wait for long, as it's not as susceptible for wake turbulence as the smaller planes are. Marissa, thank you so much for joining us. Hope to see you again soon. Have a nice day, have a nice weekend. Now this A300 is going to Leipzig, if I'm not mistaken. Probably not fully loaded because it was a very short takeoff. Meanwhile, a classic Alitalia airplane is making its way to the threshold. Lovely to see. Going to Rome, it's an A320. ITA Airways flight 107. In fact, this is a 21-year-old airplane. And it's pulling up as we speak. In the meantime, taxiing towards the runway threshold is another big bird. And it's still here. It is a magnificent 777-300. Just look at how long this airplane is when you see it from the side. Rolling onto the runway threshold and headed out to Nairobi. This is a 777-300ER that is relatively new. 2 years old, was delivered in January 2021, so it's just celebrated its second birthday last month. And Gilles Proost is saying, my family is on the next one. Is that the 777 or one of the planes behind the triple? Ah, this one. Whoa. Let me do my utmost best to show it as well as possible. There they go. Off to Nairobi. In the meantime, 2 more planes at the line, at the threshold. The first one lining up already. The 737. And there's an Embraer, both from KLM. 737 is already spooling up and on the roll. Looks like a small one. Don't have time to look at flight radar for all the details. But this is a 700 by the looks of it. So let's have a look. They're all small planes coming for now. Airbuses, Embraers, 737 from Transavia, from Hello. There's a Neo from Pegasus on the way to the threshold. On the threshold itself is already an older type Airbus from EasyJet. And by the looks of it, it's already on the move. So let's turn around the camera for the Pegasus Neo. This would be, let's look at flight radar, flight to Istanbul. It's a, oh no, it's not a Neo. I made a mistake. No, it is. It is. In fact, it's just brand new, 1 year old. Die Thijs. Good afternoon from Utrecht. And Marissa also back. Well, happy to see you all. We're still here at the threshold of the Polderbaan, where wind is blowing from the north and departures are taking place into the north. Meanwhile, there are 3 more planes coming this way. There is an Embraer at the threshold already. And here you can see what's coming. Transavia. This is still an old livery by the looks of it. Older livery. There's a 737 coming this way, and by the looks of it, an Airbus A320. Let's quickly have a peek at flight radar, and yeah. It is rush hour now for all the small planes by the looks of it. Not a lot of heavies on the move in the vicinity. Here you have the LL 737, and it is being followed by the Iberia Express Airbus. Meanwhile, at the threshold, the Transavia 737 now rolling for takeoff. Looks like one of the few 737-700s that Transavia still operates. Most are the bigger 800 and I think even 900s, but they do have a few smaller ones. This looks to be one of them. Let me turn around the camera towards the threshold. The next plane, the LL 737, is already lined up. There it is. Now, after this plane has taken off, I will show you once again the view towards the main platform area, because there's a battery of planes back to back. Making their way over here. Let me show you right now. There are 4 planes coming this way. In the meantime, let me have a look. Here is the current livery of Transavia. Air Malta crossing behind, 2 Embraers following in the background. The Transavia 737 coming directly towards us, probably skipping the line and taking off with a rolling start in front of us. Almost see the pilots and wave at them. Not quite. Although with one of the other planes we were able to see one of the pilots reaching for the takeoff lights, so you could visually see that they had received clearance for takeoff. So at the threshold is the next plane, and there's a line behind it. Embraer, Embraer, Embraer. If you guys like Embraers, don't go anywhere. That unintentionally rhymed. If you like Embraer, don't go anywhere. Unfortunately, my mount is also something I would like to upgrade in the future, besides the microphone that I'm using for the airplane sounds. Particularly the tilting, the vertical movement is not going as smooth as I want it to be. So that's definitely something for the future to consider. So this is the first of 3 Embraers from KLM, back to back. And meanwhile the sun is coming out more and more, as you can see. K3 from the Schiphol Scarecrows, passing in front of the airplane just now, patrolling alongside the runway, the bird controllers, Schiphol Scarecrows, the Kivits. No fireworks from them thus far. The next Embraer is waiting to go, and you won't believe what I'm seeing on the left hand side. It's another Embraer. You can see those big engines. This is the 195. older type, now rolling. So it's Embraers, back to back. I do see some movement in the distance again from the main platform area. Let's have a look. That looks like 737, if I look correctly. There seems to be a 777. That's also check flight radar. And yeah, that is a 777 to Delhi. No, it's a Dreamliner, sorry. My bad. 787-900. The 737 coming this way from KLM. Command transfer. The Dreamliner to Delhi in India. That's a 7-year-old Dreamliner, by the way. And in the foreground, the 737 to Manchester is 22 years old, was delivered in December 2000. So I'm happy to see another heavy making its way over here after the slew of narrow bodies we have seen in the last 15 minutes or so. First up, the 195 with the big engines. Now if I look to my right, I can see that the 737 is making its way over to the runway in front of us. No time to waste. Quickly turn around the camera and see it. Will it make a rolling start? It will. It's pulling up. Now it could be me, but I'm under the impression that you also see more of the exhaust gases from this airplane that is a bit older than more modern 737s. You can also see it with the other planes that are a bit older, that they smoke more. You can see the exhaust gases more clearly than, for instance, with these Dreamliners and also the other newer types of airplanes. Meanwhile, more traffic is underway. If I quickly glance at the main platform area, you can see something on the move. Let's see in a few minutes what those next planes are. First up, this Dreamliner to Delhi. You can see that there's a 777 on the move from United to Houston, and the Delta Airlines A332 Portland also going to come this way. So don't go anywhere. More heavies are finally underway. And folks, if you like this stream, give it a thumbs up, and if you want to help me reach more people like you who like content like this, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications if you want to keep updated. If you want to stay updated of upcoming streams whenever I go live, make sure you get a notification. Well, the runway is drying up nicely. Earlier this morning, when the planes were rotating, you could see a lot more spray. Now, of course, the wind is continuously blowing over the tarmac. And as you can see, the sun is occasionally coming out, although the sun doesn't have a lot of strength yet this time of year. It all helps to make the tarmac dry up more quickly. In the meantime, the 737 is coming nearer by. Taxiing towards the threshold. This is KLM flight 1825 that you're seeing taxiing at the moment. It is a 737-800 going to Berlin, and it's a 14-year-old plane. It was delivered in March 2008. And there it goes. On its way to Berlin, which lies to the east of Amsterdam, so it's probably going to make a right-hand turn once it's over the North Sea Canal. That's typically the place where they start turning. I will turn around the camera now back towards the main platform area because we can see the next planes taxiing this way. First up, the United 777, and in the background is the A330. Four heavies coming out. Awesome. Bring it on. So again, the 777 that we see with the lights already on. It's going to Houston. It's 777-200ER. 23 years old already. February 1999 was when it was delivered. Surely this must be one of the earliest, one of the oldest 777s then. Does anybody remember or know when exactly the 777s were first delivered? Must be around the late 90s, surely. Hello Paul Usher, welcome to the stream. All other people who have joined in the meantime, also welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing alongside Polderbaan, runway 36, left, wind is blowing from the north. We're waiting for United 21 to line up. The A330 that is going to come into the view again from the left is Delta Airlines flight 179 going to Portland, and that is a 19-year-old plane. Was delivered in September 2003. So two oldies, with the triple being the oldest. Ready to take off any minute. Music to my ears. I imagine to you, your ears as well. If aviation ever switches to electric engines, well, I don't want to think about having to miss the sounds that we just heard. Hard to imagine a world without combustion engines, at least for airplanes, particularly for airplanes. I'm sure we'll see the day that everything will become electric, or maybe even hydrogen. Meanwhile, if I look to my left, and I will show it to you shortly, the next two heavies are also making their way over here. In fact, there are three planes coming over. The first two are heavies, and the third one a narrow body. if it's not the wind that is tearing me up because of the wind strength. It is the sunlight reflecting on my camera screen that makes visibility hard at times. Although weather has been good so far, I do look forward to more summery weather in the upcoming months. Dave Jack, good afternoon to you. Erwin, good afternoon. So just vanishing on the right hand side out of our view is Delta Airlines flight 163. That's an Airbus A330 on its way soon to Minneapolis. It's a 7-year-old plane, was delivered in June 2015. And the Dreamliner that you guys see on the right hand side is KLM flight 719, going to San Jose. And it is a 7879 that is 5 years old and was delivered in July 2017. Now, number 3 is a 737-900 from KLM going to Lisbon, and that's a 21-year-old plane. And now quickly back to the camera because the A330 is already rolling. Ever slow retracting landing gear, the A330. Slowly taking to the skies. And meanwhile, the next plane already spooling up. No time to waste. Meanwhile, more planes are coming. One plane already at the threshold. That's a 737. There are 2 Embraers taxiing towards the threshold. The 737 is going to Lisbon. The first Embraer is going to Stuttgart, and the second Embraer is going to Poznan. I can also see another plane in the distance coming from the main platform area towards the runway area. A Sec 2 even. Now, we've seen a lot of these planes before, so let's quickly have a look and see what's coming. It looks like heavies. So that's good. Nothing wrong with narrow bodies, but heavies are much more interesting. let's look at what's coming. So there's a triple. There is a Dreamliner by the looks of it. What's that in the distance? Cannot see yet. Okay, flight radar is telling me that the triple that we saw in the foreground is KLM flight 743. That's a 777-300ER in the SkyTeam livery, no less, going to Lima. And that is 13 years old. The American Airlines Dreamliner, the 748. So that's number 2. Over here is American Airlines 203 going to Philadelphia, to Philly. Meanwhile, good afternoon, good morning, Rod, checking in from Southern California. Good morning to you then. I think that's a 9-hour time difference. The American Airlines Dreamliner to Philly is 2 years old. And then behind it is an A319 from EasyJet going to Nice. That's a 13-year-old plane. So there's an Embraer at the threshold at the moment. Let me quickly turn around the camera. Triple 300 ER in SkyTeam livery. Always a sight to behold. As you guys can see, the sun is out. Wind is blowing from the north. These planes are departing from runway 36 left into the north, facing mostly headwind. As you guys can see, the sun is out. It's still cloudy, but the sky is opening up gradually. Blue skies have been predicted for the upcoming week under the influence of a high pressure area nestling over Europe. So no precipitation. The last precipitation we had was overnight. You will probably see once this plane is going to rotate from the spray that the tarmac is still a bit more damp. But other than that, no significant weather for now, other than the wind, of course. Well, I could see hardly any spray. The runway is drying up nicely. Of course, the wind is non-stop, helping to speed up the drying process. Meanwhile, the American Dreamliner is already at the threshold waiting for clearance. So the temperature is approximately 7 or 8 degrees centigrade at the moment, which is 44, 45 Fahrenheit, if I did my calculations correctly. I think Celsius to Fahrenheit. I think quick and dirty was Celsius times 2 plus 30. So roughly 45 degrees Fahrenheit. As the American Airlines Dreamliner takes to the sky. It's going to climb and within a few minutes going to make a left-hand turn to the west where the North Sea lies, and then on to the UK, depending on where the jet streams are blowing. They typically go onto the North Atlantic tracks, somewhere between Ireland and Scotland. At the threshold at the moment we see a little A320 EasyJet. There is another 737 behind it, and another, and making its way over here, an A330 by the looks of it. The wind is definitely not slowing down. Everything is rumbling, including my laptop tent. Case in point, you can see the waves in the water, the windsack over at the fire station also erect, but it's mostly headwind, hardly any crosswind, so there are no challenging takeoffs for the pilots today. Just for the live streamers alongside the runway in the open field who have to battle the wind. But it's fun, as long as everything works. Right, let's look towards the main platform area, see what's coming. At the moment at the threshold is the second 737, and the A330 is also lining up behind it. Here we see a 777, in the distance another A330. So I'm forgoing the 737. Let me have a closer look at flight radar. 777 coming in, A330 coming in. Also a 747 from Cargolux seems to be on the move. So that is also slowly but surely coming this way. First up, the A330. So back to the threshold. Here's the 777. 777 to Shanghai. China Cargo Airlines is 12 years old and already spooling up. No time to waste. No time to waste. I can hear the A330 already at the threshold. It's not going to take long before it's going to take off. Now, back at the threshold is a Iceland Air 737 MAX 9 going to Reykjavik. This airplane is 1 year old and was delivered in August 2021. Behind it is an Embraer from Schiphol, KLM, flight 971 going to London City. It's an Embraer 190. That is 12 years old. Was delivered in August 2010. There is also, I can confirm now that there is a queen underway. That would be the second queen of the sky for this stream. Not as densely populated this time round as last time. What I could see was that the 747 was almost at the point where we can see it taxiing towards us from the main platform area towards the Polderbound runway area. Meanwhile, an Embraer in the SkyTeam livery is also making its way to the threshold. Can we see the 747 already? Yep, unmistakably. There she comes. The plane passing us by just now was the Embraer 190 to London City. And the 747 is going to come shortly. We'll have enough time to watch it taxi to the runway after this one has taken off. So this is another Embraer going to Düsseldorf in the SkyTeam livery. This is a 10-year-old plane, was delivered in April 2012. Was a short takeoff. Now, let's quickly turn around the camera towards the main platform area because the second Queen of the Sky of today gradually taxiing towards us. It's a Cargolux 747-400 going to Luxembourg, which is not too far away from the Netherlands. 2 countries to the south, so to speak. So it's a short flight. Depending on how full it is loaded, it's probably going to rotate quickly. Unless of course it's filled to the brim. And also when it's very derated takeoff, so when they don't use full power but reduced thrust. The plane is 15 years old. It was delivered in July 2007, so it's still relatively new. Last week we've also seen much older 747s that are almost 30 or even more than 30 years old in some cases. Lovely illuminated by the sunlight, followed by a little EasyJet Airbus. Now the 747 will probably go to the runway threshold regardless of its weight and destination, even if it's going to take a short takeoff roll, or if it's only going to be a short takeoff, I should say. General Electric engines, you can see the logo on the engines. Now, by the looks of it, the Airbus might go first, skip the line ahead of the 747. So we'll see this take off first probably. Looks like it's going to make a rolling start. Lights are already on. And away she goes. Meanwhile, the 747 is being followed by two A330s. The furthest removed is this one, and the other one is also taxiing towards the runway threshold. Meanwhile, the 747 is already lined up. That for a short takeoff. Then again, it's only going to Luxembourg, so even when it would be fully loaded, it doesn't have to bring a lot of fuel on board. By the time it's rotated towards the south, they can almost already begin commencing with landing preparations. Meanwhile, the A330 is already spooling up, no time to waste. So one of the many A330s from Delta Airlines taking off shortly after a second Queen of the Sky of today's stream, at least. Now, lined up is another Airbus A330. Let me quickly look at flight radar. This one is going to Atlanta, Delta Flight 75. This plane is 18 years old, and the one we saw take off was Flight 137 to Detroit, an 8-year-old Airbus. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure you like and subscribe. It helps me reach more people like you who like content like this. So please give the stream a thumbs up if you're enjoying this stream, and consider subscribing if you want to see more, and also turn on notifications if you want to get notified whenever I go live. Now, at the threshold is an Embraer. Has to wait. There's wake turbulence that first needs to dissipate from one of those big birds. Otherwise it's going to be too bumpy for them. Which allows me to look at flight radar for a moment. I can see that this plane is going to Oslo. It's 11 years old. And there's an SAS A320neo also going to Oslo. Behind it, the neo is 2 years old. Now there is another 747 on the move, Air China Cargo to Shanghai. So it won't be long before that will be coming over. Let's quickly turn around for the neo. Lining up just now. After the neo, we first will have an A320 from Aer Lingus to Dublin. It's a 17-year-old plane. One to Dublin, that is. The plane after that might be the Boeing 747. I am going to stick around for that one. I think I might call it quits after that. After standing here for 4 hours in the wind, I am getting a bit cold. But if the weather is going to be what they have predicted, definitely looking to be back quick. Maybe tomorrow. Don't know yet for sure. So the Neo also going to Oslo. There is the A320 to Dublin. And the third Queen of the Sky, I think, is that tail on the left of it, in the background. Dan mentioning the A380 estimated to depart at 10 minutes to 3. I saw it this morning on Flight Radar. I saw it come in, saw the special livery. Unfortunately, I won't take around to see it depart. Not yet. Maybe later in the year when things are a bit more comfortable. Staying out in the wind is affecting your limbs. Even when you wear protective clothing like I do, multiple layers, wind eventually catches up with you. So after the Aer Lingus and the 747, I'm going to call it quits for today. The Aer Lingus is taxiing towards the threshold. And the 747 behind the stop sign. Right, let me turn around the camera because the 747 is getting closer and closer. Oh well, now this is just So-called Benny, can you stay for KL 603 to Los Angeles? I was just looking at Flight Radar and saw that it was coming right behind it, and it also seems that there's an A350 coming behind it. How can you stop the stream when those big birds are coming? Okay, so assuming that the A350 is also coming to come after KLM 603, then I will stay around for those planes as well. It's of course the heavies that are the most interesting to watch. Let me have a look. KLM 603 to LAX. It's one of the big Dreamliners, the 787-10s, 3 years old. The A350 to Hong Kong from Cathay Pacific is also one of the biggest versions. The A350 1000 series, 4 years old. The A350. So yeah. There's the Dreamliner, and you can also see the Cathay Pacific A350 behind it. So yeah, okay, that's officially, those are officially the last 3 planes that I'm going to stick around for: the Queen, the Dreamliner, and the A350. Look at that, what a majestic plane. Really a pity that the last one was delivered last week. But slowly but surely they will be phased out in the future. Of course, not overnight, but it's the beginning of the end. There she is, lining up. Lights are going to go on any minute. And then she's going to depart. She's splitting up already. Truly a majestic sight to behold. She's gradually climbing higher and higher. The 787-10 to LAX. The Dreamliner is also making its way to the threshold and lining up. And a quick peek over to the main platform area shows the A350 from Cathay Pacific also coming this way steadily. What a difference in sound, eh? These old engines on the 747. Or this GNX on the Dreamliner. And making its way over here. And the last plane of the day is the Cathay Pacific A350 1000, which is coming towards us. Again, this is a 4-year-old plane. Was delivered in June 2018. Going to go to Hong Kong. All different type of engines altogether. Seems to have been overtaken by an Embraer. That's going to take off first. It's making its way to the threshold out of view. The Embraer at the threshold is now taking off. So let's quickly turn around the camera Cathay Pacific A350. Lights are on. Okay, well, since it's already lined up, the very last plane of the day is going to be this Dreamliner. And Judex is informing us that it's the Dreamliner to Toronto. Alright, folks, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all so much for joining me today. It's been a blast. If you guys liked the stream, please consider subscribing to the channel, giving it a thumbs up. Orange Pride, of course. Okay, well guys, that's the very last plane that I'm going to stick around for. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Here she is. Orange Pride. 777. So this is the Boeing 7 KLM flight 767, not to be confused with the airplane type, going to Oranjestad, Boeing 777-300ER. It's a 15-year-old plane, was delivered in January 2008. Okay guys, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a blast today. If you haven't done so already, consider liking and subscribing to the channel. I hope to see you again soon. For now, have a nice Sunday, have a nice weekend, take care, and see you soon.